So I'm going to record this class, and then you can, when I get back to the office, I'll send you the links, and you can watch it at any time. The links usually expire after a certain amount of time, but if you need them longer, I'll probably make them available for you to download, because it's me storage on my server, so I don't take up all this stuff from my classes. So I'll give them download links or something, and you can download it and you can watch it at any time. So you get, I've got Hexagon Meteorology. We rate as Vero software under them now. That come out in a news release not so long ago. You guys know about this. We've been in business for 38 years, and this is a bit about Radan and how many post-processors we have. In 76 we joined Planet Group. 2003 it started in Vero Group. It actually started in 1975 or 74. The guys out of university designed the software, and it was geared towards Trump back in them days, and then we required the line stuff back for the software and made it more adaptable to everybody. Some of the products we have, so 3D punching, profiling, nesting, bending and tube cutting, and epoxies. And we've got a product coming out in 2016, which will be great. And for you, Anthony, mainly Vero is big companies. We have SurfCam, Smith, Vision, Alcam, WorkNC is a new one. They acquired WorkNC last year and SurfCam last year. With all different brands here, we can actually take some of the technology from that brand. Now that would be a good feature over here. And we of course have EdgeCam for the machine shop as well. And then the UK, we have one in Minnesota, and we got a tiny little office in Atlanta, just tiny. But and then we got Italy, Brazil, India, Japan, 140 resellers, so 45 different countries, and it's just really well growing, spreading out amongst everywhere. Over 150 licenses installed. And we have more than 600 employees now, so all this will have to be updated because now we're part of Hexagon Meteorology. So that just pushed everything up. More to work with now and really get on the software. Yeah, we're the world's leading CAM specialist and the largest CAD CAM vendor behind Dassault and and then as they use, some will use the full automation, some will use little single part nesting. So, and we don't strip anything in the software or add anything to the software to go to for a smaller shop or a bigger shop. And we're machine independent, so we can have different machines. Nice. With 4 or 5 different softwares because we've got 4 or 5 different machines. We can just run them all at once. So that's the introduction about Radan. So this year changes because about 3 will begin at 8:30. or well, 8 a.m. So this hasn't even been updated. But 8 a.m. to 4:30. I wrap it up around 4:30. 4:30 is enough to take in for a day and not be. And we'll do 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And since we're cutting out a lot of the drafting, we get through the material pretty good. The training finishes midday. That's more or less in the office at Minnesota when we do the training up in Minnesota. So time's here, but we can do whatever we want, whatever break time you guys. Free to ask questions anytime. You ask to do online because we offer online training at the same time as we do the other training. So go ahead and ask questions. Phones, I've always kept that on there. I called me the other day and he's mad because he can't do something on his laser. So, but that he was on his cell phone during the whole training. 3 days in Minnesota. He paid to go to Minnesota to do the training. And they're in a shop trying to figure out everything. So we pretty much had to read him and head back into the shop. Which, so I'm fine with that. I know guys have got stuff going on as well. Do all sizes. This is important. You might complete all the exercises, but that's okay. We're not going to test you on it. Shoot down and draw a square in 5 minutes or 2 minutes. There's no test on it. Our main thing is to make sure you understand what that function does or how you can use it and apply it in our programming. So it's a building block. So we take one, build on from that, and then build on to the next. So down the bottom here, you have to complete all exercises perfectly. It's more important to have a clear understanding of the process, and practice makes perfect. And running Radan or any software is repetition. Once I know where the auto tool button is, I know, bang, bang. So we're good. At this class, you support with maintenance. So you guys, well, any time they sell software, the first year you've got maintenance. That's up to the customer if they want to keep it. I tell the customers that try the maintenance because it's well worth it. Because we have a lot of changes that come in the software, and the last thing you want to do is be charged hourly to update the software to get another feature, when you can do it. And then you can call any time, have support where you can call in and log in. So it's critical and be seen to within an hour or half an hour, or how it works out. And then we have a training evaluation. I'll give you at the end to say whether the training was okay, what would you like to see. Hands-on, less hands-off. It's break up and different stuff. So all that stuff is taken back, and we consider what happens and reevaluate how we do our training. So we've taken feedback from other training classes over the year because somebody says, well, I really didn't learn anything because I was learning profile at a punch, or, they all sort of tie them together. I have thinking in some people, I think, well, it should be nice to learn while I'm there as well. So I'm fine with that, because then you're all out there then you don't have to ever go take that class again. But people are like, no, I do this. So now we've broken up our classes into just profile and just punching in the main office in Minnesota. You can visit our training website or contact your account representative, which is Mullins, and just tell them what you want, what brokers are. So, and they'll be able to tell you about other training options. I also have that on the website as well. And call me. Usually if it's sales related, I pass it to John Mullins anyway, because I don't have a clue about sales stuff. I'm more into software and support and helping them guys through do what they need to do. So, or you can call me and we'll go from there. And I've been a bit here lately, so you've had to work with someone else here the last few weeks. But I had to work with the new customers of John's for the first 90 days throughout the software. So my skill has been a bit crazy. Thanks for taking the time to come to the Radan training class, or us come to you to do your Radan training. So the techniques you learn throughout the course will help you be productive when you return to your workplace. Allow them information about how to contact us for technical assistance and other tools available to you to enhance your Radan. So there I want to spend a bit of time going over. So our goal is to respond to 80% of logged cases within 2 business hours of those who are on our support. Okay, respond unless I'm travelling. I try to get back to the hotel or whatever. Or cases, that way someone else can see them while I'm on the road and can quickly take a look and shoot an email, or it could be something simple fix. The first of receiving technical support is by logging your case, and you're familiar with that, Dawn. You're good with that. So, just with the portal.
And I've seen it.
Okay. And Anthony, she'll show you as well. And if you have a problem, and or John are not here or something, and you need some assistance, go ahead and give us a call. Or if they're here and you just want to come call Jean, how you doing? Good. So you can support cases on that, and the method of logging your case and hot and line telephone support is available. There's a lot of options. So you offers, and you'll probably get Emily, and she'll log a case for you, and we'll go ahead and she'll tell us, I've got so and so online, can you take it right now? Let me finish up here and I can take it. So that's another way to log a case as well. But if you've got access to the portal, I recommend going straight to the portal. And the critical market is critical. It's working. Right. Not critical to me is, well, it works, but it'd be really nice to maybe change something, or anything, and then low. So we have medium, low, high, critical. Low is like, I put low in there on as an enhancement, or as an enhancement request. So this would be good in the software, And I'll take a look at it and say, yeah, that's. So then I'll pass it to the office and say, hey, what can we do about this? And have we got a bunch is already looking at wanting to do that as well, then we'll probably add that to the software, depends how quick it is as well, if we can fit it in on the roadmap. We've already started planning and getting ready for 2016 now. So we're already ahead of what we want already. So, and the fastest, most efficient method of logging support case with our team. 24/7. So this site, like 24/7 support. So we work from 8 to 5. Of course, I work 8 to 5 Eastern, but there's still stuff on this capital site that are like having support up to 5 o'clock as well. So I can view, search, sort and filter and create closed and submitted cases, view case history, add attachments to submitted cases. You can searchable internal solutions database, and we have the forum, the support forum. And web downloads, webinar recordings, customer reporting area, support performance. You do license files, support contracts and current orders. And that's a good thing about being on maintenance. Because if you're maintenance, you can't get into the support portal. So if a server crashed on a Saturday, you send everybody home who you needed to do programming for, get stuff in the shop. And so we have to call them Monday because we're not on support and I can't log in. Well, on support, you can download an emergency license and that's good for 6 days. So your server goes down 8 o'clock on morning and you've got a whole bunch of guys ready to come into work that Saturday. You're like, oh my God, code red. Well, you can download a license, get the server up and running and be running that Saturday morning within less than an hour. You know, depending on how fast your IT guy can get a computer set up. And they will come and then it'll actually create a case for me and say emergency license create for such and such. And I will come in, or the other guys, usually me because I'm on the East Coast, I'll see it first. I'll come and say, okay, I need to get this sorted out, and then I'll give you guys a call. We'll clear the old lines and then we'll clear our code off that old server and then get everything re-established and up and running. So I don't actually lose that much downtime. That's one of the major benefits, and it can be accessed after hours. Oh, sorry. All right. Here, and you can go and register. I think you guys are already registered in here. How you would log into your support portal. Can I just minimize this? In the browser here. .com, I can go to support and services. And I can actually request help from here. System requirements, training options in here, so I can go on training, states, and see what training is ready and available. I can back and log into the support portal. So by the support portal, stuff on here. There's going to be some stuff that will be you can see on yours, but you can software and then the latest software for Radan, and you'll download the latest release of the software. And this week as well, we'll get you guys updated to the latest 2015. And take your post-processor while I'm here as well, because I found some settings on there that have been passed as metric. So just this week, so fix the post-processor, so it should be good. Of course, you have to run 2015 because we put in that version of the software. So to go back to home and knowledge base, and there's a knowledge base here. I can see stuff about Radan and search stuff. That's what you get for being on support. And access to the e-support community.
I have not.
Okay, this you'll access through your customer portal. When you go home in your customer portal, it'll have a customer community forum.
Ah.
And then click on that, it'll take you there and you'll log in for the first time and create a username, password and whatnot. Yeah. And a real great thing, a great tool. I believe Maness had one years ago. Don't know if we still have one, but you put the icon on their software or something. But support, I can go to Radan, then I have stuff in here. So I have a knowledge base, like a wiki, and find stuff in Radan. In general. So stuff in here in Radan general. And there'll be how to find and edit material definitions. And I can click on that and it's got a video. So the videos on there, and we released this last year and we're populating it more and more. And we base some of the topics we'll put on here that we go over a lot on support cases. So materials, that seems to be one that comes up all the time. So now I'll take this, if someone has a question, I'll usually take this, see a link to this video and say, see if this helps you out. If not, let's get together and we can go over it together. Sometimes out of 10 they'll be like, oh, that's awesome, that's what I was looking for. And then we end up logging on for the first time because some of them don't even know about it or haven't received the newsletter. So there's all sorts of stuff, profiling, punching. So if we go to punching, so this gives a punch error. So I did it, I think, yeah. So, but that's an error, but it's not a bug. It was highlighting a problem that can happen because of TC5000 or the TC2020 does the last hit as a part of the shoot operation, yada yada. So you can go down and there's other, creating a special punch tool in Radan. So here's a video. So there's different videos in here.
That's right.
Yes, knowledge base. We have different sections as well. We have forums. So there'll be a forum in here and we can look and we got a customer here and was updating from VBA to .NET and started a forum on it and said, hey, but the guys can see this, so there's other shops that use Radan that are support forum as well. But they come to UK, does daily, I watch it daily, so if anything comes up, we'll put it on here as well. We'll comment. And if something on there that really is to be a case opened, we'll take from there and create a case from it. So, hey, I just I'm doing this on the system and it's doing this. Well, that's odd. Let's create a case and go from there. We'll take a look at it even more in depth.
I've not seen that.
Okay.
You got to that by going to To the support board.
Go into the
page.
support portal, and I'm on the home page.
Okay.
It should have this section here called Customer Community Forums. Click on there, that should drive you to where on that customer forums. About that, I want to make sure it's good to touch base on this so you guys know about what's there, what's out there for you. People don't use the support portal or a voice message, but we're creating a case. I may be doing a server migration like yesterday. Very soon, and I happened to get stuck on a supposed server migration, and it took me an hour and 20 minutes. So it was running in the background. I was able to go through and pick a case out and go, oh, okay, let me take this real quick while he's doing this. So I like creating the support cases because I can actually browse through them while I'm waiting. Some people's computers are real slow to get connected. So, the support portal from the slide, and you would just log in, create a new user, but I think you're on it already. Get you on it today, Anthony, or when I get to the hotel, you can shoot me your email and I can just add it in there and send you a link to sign in on, and you're good to go. And so the guy of the in there as well. So just anything about the support portal that is our support line here, 800-875-7232, and option 2 at 3017, and I'll leave you with some business cards as well. So you can see we've got our support case here. So we have critical, your production is down, typical response time is less than 30 minutes. Should be 30 minutes. If I call 40 minutes, it may be because I was on the phone for an hour, so. But none of us will take it if it's critical straight away. A severe inconvenience. So it's running, but it's a bit of a button, a bit cumbersome. And it's support. If you just have a question, how do I do this, or what? So it'd be a medium. Low is another. I don't know why you've got a medium and a low, so they're the same. But I would low medium. I would put as at west, or and medium. I would just general. Okay, I've done this before. I forgot. Can you tell me or show me? And then we use letter. They come out every month, and that has tech tips on it. It will also, I'll send you, in case you guys aren't on it, I'll send you a link to sign up for the newsletter. And it'll have a monthly tech tip on it, or they tell out, and it'll have send out and to everybody from Radan and telling about Radan members who work there. And this is an important one. So the guarantee, we have a training guarantee. Okay. Radan makes every possible effort to ensure that the student is equipped with the prerequisite knowledge prior to class enrollment is to provide customers with the highest quality training possible. If you determine that you're not completely satisfied with the training at one of US plant facilities, please let us know within 90 days of your training class. And request to the 800 number and allow that person who attended the class to repeat the same training course at no cost. Our policy is valid for all training courses on a public schedule, and the MD will bring their course materials back to class with them. They're based on Radan's regular schedule, only on a space available basis. That's the training guarantee. So we record classes and we guarantee that you'll know everything. The training material is training material. It's not the manual. I think it's a manual, but there ain't much in it. It's just, okay, here's process flow, here's what these icons mean, this is how we do, this is how I create a program. So it's the basics of the Radan software. And the site, you do a lot more, so more with you guys, with your machines being on site here. So at the office where you can have a generic punch, generic profile and go from there. So I'm pretty good about that, and I worked with a guy long ago, and I said they do their Radan training again. There's all sorts of issues. He's understanding their machine and the software, so I recommended they did the training again. And they were training free of charge. All they had to do was submit it online. Thank you for joining us today. Let's take a break and go home. No, I'm just messing with you. So there's the Radan website there, and you can the toll-free number. Have you say the toll-free number 3 or 4 times already? But of course, agenda for the weeks for tomorrow and Thursday. You should bust through this pretty good. We're going to have the Radan user interface, data formats. We draw one part. We're not really going to do, but I'll show you a couple of things. DXF drawings, so objects, and then we'll get into punching and profiling. And we'll have a profiling mostly today and go from there. More exercises on that. And go some of the auto tool settings and stuff like that. It's very exciting, but we'll get through it. There's a lot of features there, but it's important to know. Otherwise, you'll be like, I just want to change the radius of my lead. But so there's little different techniques in there that we'll need to go over. And then we'll usually make a nest and go from there pretty quick into the gate, because we can see it, we can see how we can go through and do this real quick. And then we're through some of the settings and stuff like that. So you all ready to go, and then cover punching with you guys and go over a lot of that there. Started in you've programmed before down in there. He's programming with 7S down there. Okay. So
I think what we want to work is he was a late operator.
Okay.
Being an operator, we taught how to use signals and we messed up. We messed up like
Okay.
we just wait how you do it.
Okay. I just want to make sure I don't want to go far and you get lost. So,
And the very top slide is the top zone control.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Did I say that out loud?
Exactly.
I've used Sigma and talks. So I'm like, oh.
So we have the interface he does now is he gets his demand for the day from, it comes global shot.
Okay.
That's how it's done. And he kind of picks. Now, I think we purchased some type of an interface from Global Shop.
Okay.
I believe.
So, and I'll have to talk to John and see what the deal and schedule is on this.
So I know John told us.
Because you guys want to be able to actually bring in CSV files and
Yeah, these which will populate his day demand he needs to cut today.
let's see this here.
He's using OneNote.
Yeah, I love it.
Me too.
I think it's best and it syncs on your iPad and everything. Okay, so using Global Shot.
And one day, which, John said he did not know how well it reacts on material usage, which nothing unusual because I don't think she ever did that either, although they said they could.
But SimCAD has never be what it was supposed to be. It never lived up to the claims they made. Not even the daily demands didn't even live up to it. As far as that, we still had to go through a select individual. Yeah, we really what they said.
We can, I'll get with John and see where we are with that and what he plans on doing.
I know the reporting back in the figure, that's more of the other guy he wants. As far as all we just need, this we cut today. There's something else, some conversation about reporting, sitting there, no shot linked to the other one. We've got an idea what he wants. But he wants to go back. All right, here's some easy stuff for us to start with. There's that rating, okay? So, on your down there, Anthony, you've got an icon there. You can double click on it. You can select a DRG file, click on that. You can select a SIM file and click on that. And we'll go over what the SIM file and the DRG files are and the formats here in a minute. You actually drag them onto a shortcut in Microsoft, okay? I call drag off. And because we still have some of those people out there who like to go start, program, Radan software, Radan, we've got that down the bottom. So, you can actually browse to the Radan software and open it from there. So I used to do that there. And mine here, I use Spencer's on mine just to keep my top phone. But click on Radan, and it's shut here. and should be good to go. All icons, so let me grab one here.
What would you call that? Finch.
Finch, yeah. It's, you have to buy it, but it's only like $10 or $20 or something, so I'm like, yeah, because groups all the icons together, that way, because I could have a lot of stuff on my desktop. I've got them all grouped in here, and then you can turn them off. So I turn them off like that, and back on. So this, if I just out here, I've got folder down there and everything. But that's good, looking nice and clean. To open Radan here, I can actually come in here and there's got a part here. Okay. I don't spell it all fine here. So, and you can drag it and just drop it on the icon and it'll open it as well. File, it'll drag and drop it on there. So you're up, back. So options there for starting Radan. I'm going to go over the interface here. Okay. So the pull down menu, got the normal Microsoft looking stuff, file, application, then go to edit. So instead of, I don't want to. So I've got the application menu. So if I click on that, it will pull up this one here. It'll start with modify, profiling, automatic sequencing, compiling. And the verify is going away. I verify in automatic, and then view my NC file. Select part, I would need all these other options. And here's the application commands. So here's the menu. So in profiling, I've got a command over here to do a multi-sheet, auto sheet cutoff, and there's a prompt area. So here, if I select something in Radan and click on it, it'll tell me what to do next pretty much. So I teach myself to look at that, which was very hard when I first started, because, I know what to do. I don't need to look at that. I can say, okay, click here, click there, and done. And then when you going through it, you'll see those prompts, you'll know what they are, and then after all, you just won't look up there and do something wrong, and you're like, what the heck did I do? But, so that's a good one to start catching from the get-go. Here's our mode command. So here's different mode commands. Okay. So profiling, I can linear slots, I can do R slots, and they're over here as well. So tags, lead-ins, you've got your other icons to lead, moving parts, part properties here. And they have our settings. So if I was in here, I can draw or add text and pen one or search for a tool. If I was to tool something manually. Yeah. Tabs, whatever they call them. Pro joints, yeah. So we can tags. And after a while, but yeah, it's just do not like calling them tags. I think they use Radan for a while now. It's like, why? You know, but it's a tag. just the UK language, I guess. At the bottom we have location. I wanted to have an origin here and go move X and Y moves and stuff like that is where I would control all that from down here. But I doubt you'll be doing any manual profiling. Or, yeah, it'll be all automatic tooling. I mean, with true types, I used to do a lot of manual tools. You had it. All these features are here, you know. So, interface there, and you can see this on a RAD draft, RAD punch, and RAD profile. That's on page 7 and page 9 on the others. So what we're seeing here will actually be in that training material, and I've listed the pages it will be on. Up for you as well, so you guys can go through it and whatnot. There's a lot of notes on slideshow. When you do it on 2 screens, it'll have a lot of write down, a lot of write on that features and stuff. So, if I know Radan here, you get the applications are not here, okay? Because it's one of these and then codes come up here. That automatically. Yep. And you can got all your different options here. We go into automatic sequencing and all your tooling. Let me change this to the profile. Okay, good. Make sure that's set up. So you've got linear slots here, and such as if you wanted to do some manual tooling, 9% of the time you're just going to hit automatic tooling. Okay. So there's the origin, and then it's just coming in here. Say if I had a part, we do here. So we'll put there. So cancel that, get that off my cursor. Number 2, I can come and find a new origin of my part. And I can go to section point, and there's my new origin. And here's the action button. So if I wanted to put a hole in here, I want to go 4, and there's a hole in there. And now change my origin. So that's is down here, location, pen settings. So I wanted to change my pen settings or pen colors or line types. So that was all part of that interface that I showed you there. So 2D CAD used for producing engineering drawings can be done in this area and no sub-applications. Okay, so 2D CAD, that's it. You've got your applications already on this to do your drafting, add a file, and then there you have 3D. So 3 is all 3D solids and metalworking is done in this area. All sub-applications, assembly, modeling, scene, and rad bend. So bend is where you would take it into your press brake. Others would be, scene would be creating a drawing from ground bird's eye view. Here in part mode, we've used for the creation of an individual part is done in this area. So you may create your parts in the part mode and go to new tooling if you want to tool at part level and sub applications for that. And Steam used for generating a sheet nest, and NC programs is done in this nest area. There are sub applications, modify, tune, or what I would call automatic sequencing. Just is different, and automatic sequencing instead of order. You know, once a case in there. So I actually talked about changing the names of it in the use of the software and just really so it's the right spelling. So verifying blocks, and now like I said, the verify, and I'm just going to end up going away eventually because we're writing it all in the core software now. So with automatic sequencing, you order your parts, you can set it, verify it there, then you can move on to compile and generate your code. Instead to compile, generate your code, then verify, and then have to go back and change the order because you didn't like it. You know. And then on page 8 of the draft, page 10 on Rad Punch and Rad Profile training. Simple one. Left button selects objects, icons, is used to place items. Mouse button can be used to zoom. You've got scroll, zoom, and redraw. And then you have, I use the space mouse, you use the space mouse too, don't you? So in the Radan 3D you can use the space mouse and set it up as well. Now here is some of the functions down here. There's this stuff will go over here, zoom to fit button, and we'll exercise here just to show let Anthony go there. So this on here, that's the contents to the screen. In part mode, this is with a specified margin. So here, a new, create a part, and then make a drawing, and then I can play with that, zoom to fit, and the control. So I open my Radan. Well, we'll go into 2D CAD at the moment. And I'll just do a test. And you can select your material. I don't for this machine. Let's see. I do. We'll use this one here. I can set the orientation of my part. Select machine I want it on. Go for it. So I can do a line here. And line. And do a disconnected line. Where I can zoom in, just scroll in, scroll. You hold your down and drag a window over it. Now there's a zoom to fit. This is a margin, so I can give it a margin around that. Say I want to see 50% around that whole part there. So if I hit zoom to fit, it's going to fit it in and hit 50% margin around that part. So then go 5 and set it up there. So that's what it's talking about when it says zoom to fit. And we have draw. So I come in here and I alter this part. I can redraw and it still stays in that same section. If I redraw, it brings it back out so I can see the whole part. If I was working in here and say I wanted to put something in here, the drawer is the one, or else I can just do fit to screen and change it in here. If you want to play on that real quick, mess around with it so you can get a feel of the zoom and that.
Double click in your mouse.
Yeah, yeah.
Same thing.
You can set your mouses up to do different things. I'm not sure. Before, maybe, yeah, 9. In 9, before 99, all done with key straps. Yeah, so come a long way. I can't remember if it was some 2000, maybe I started using it. I can't remember. But back in 99, it was keys, and you can pull up the keystrokes and see strokes. Some people, I mean, in the GUI, there's people out there who's always done keystrokes because I've been using Radan for a long time and still program quicker than what you can use the GUI. The keystrokes all the time. So it's pretty cool. So what is it? All right? Yeah.
And it's middle mouse in the back.
But I'm not going to say, I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear you say that. I'm astonished. I'm just messing with you. So that's the zoom and redraw features. You know, when I'm going through the class, if you want to work on something and do something, just holler at me and tell me, hey, let's do that as an exercise or something. We're all, and there the X and Y coordinates. So let's go from here. Here on our application bar, we have the commands, okay? So we have standard, new, save and print, and we have the universal redraw, zoomed. Then we have undo, redo, and query. We have filter snap options. Query is, so I have a part here, and we cancel this. So cancel cursor object, let's start with that one. The cursor object, that square is always going to stay on my mouse, right? And place it down somewhere, or I get rid of it. Or it'll go to another function, it'll get rid of it. Right? Over here, I can just do cancel, and it'll do it for me. So I come back here to query, like this, and I'll go from point to point. So I can query this right here, me the link. So I can think, well, I guess you come in here and do a feature. There's a type of line, P1, angle 180. It is 12. Those are things here. Now, this here, if I can hear and say, what, and bring this up here. So I've got cool little features here that will actually bring straight to this option that I clicked on and more info on it. And
That's the question mark on that.
Yep. Just do the question mark here. And then on each one of these, what's the here? What's the P? And so everything in here. So this one here, what's this help? So I have the help menu, right? Step and repeats, list of subjects. Okay, it's found a whole bunch of stuff here. But I just do this one here. And it shows me that little question mark, and then I can step on, click something, and then it tells me different stuff about drawings. So that's another way to go and see what the icons, see what each icon does. Come in here, should pop up. And it actually shows you a little video. So in this help menu as well. And tell you. So that's all part of that here. And then keystrokes. Keystrokes, if I turn keystrokes on, I can take something here and I can use the page up, page down. How I want to, smaller increments, and I can tab it and choose a different option. But I have keystrokes on. So what I'll do is I'll come in here and go edit. I'll go 2D CAD, preferences, drafting, and I'll always select allow keystrokes by default because I want that quick and easy, rotate the part, and everything. And then I open Radan again. If I close it and reopen Radan, that stroke there will be missing. You see it. Because I've got turned on by default, so now you won't see it in here. So now I've got a part. I got to edit. CAD. Then edit. Press. Drum. And then allow keystrokes by default. Be good there. Yeah, you'd have to close it and reopen it. And because sometimes it's like a refresh. We had a total refresh button on there where you would close it and it would just update everything. But now was to do a part. By and a tooling by keystrokes. I've got a tool here saying that I can rotate that tool as well. So another reason why I like the keystrokes on by default because I use them quite regularly. Using the page up, page down. And the tab key would change the origin. So, like, say Anthony for laser, we wanted to place a part somewhere manually on there, and say I wanted the tab key so I could be on this bottom corner, so I could actually come down and be a lot more control in here, putting it to next to another part, you see. instead of being all the way over here and trying to place it. I can and get what I was trying to do.
How key changes the latching or whatever.
Where of the tool or shape that you want to work with. And then each down will be like 0, 90, the bigger increments when you rotate.
How do you get smaller?
The small increments are the little arrow keys. So left and right arrow key. Yeah, if you were to push those, it would do you smaller increments of rotating it. So it'll probably go 1 degree, 2 degree. See here. But it's 1, 2, 3, yeah. So degree increments there. Then we have some patterns, unique patterns there. Keystrokes to cancel cursor object. What is that? This help is so much better. I use that more than I do the help because it can take you straight to a subject or an area in the software that you want to know specifically instead of searching. Especially being a new user of Radan, what are you going to search for? Because we call them tags. And how long are you going to search for tabs? You know, so at least you can go, and drafting mode, command panel, so we've got middle as well, so we've got shapes already defined. We can just change the sizes on X and Y, different notches, we lines at tangents, connected lines, disconnected lines, pairs, and there's our coordinate system. And here you can see we've got Y, minus Y, and all here is in the Rad lunch page. And the reason I'm missing these two here, and this will be your Rad draft. So 2 to 24 and pages 17 to 22. Questions so far on gone over. We'll run here. Let's see. Okay. So the run process. This is the process. Here's 2. Yeah, I can do a part, create here as well. Where'd my mouse go? I can part the geometry, make sure everything's good. The geometry is closed. I can tool the part, then I save the part. I got these 2 here because I can actually tool the nest instead of tooling the part. It's ways. You can do either way you want to, really.
Steve, let's talk about that a minute. I know programming softwares kind of push tooling the nest.
Yeah.
Cons of
The pros and cons. I've all my punch parts at partly. Done that because I've used through plots. And anything bad about true tops or anything, but it was so time consuming trying to tool a nest in true tops. This is just got nuts. So tool it manually. I nested my parts. I did anything all that. Okay. And the boss, we went round and round. We had a few closed door discussions and finally I gave him the keyboard and the computer and said, I'm in one of those meetings, show me. He's like, oh, this is crazy. Too time consuming. And for me, it's the habit of me tooling apart with the net.
What about the punch? I think it's kind of a no-brainer because we don't want to retool every time
on the net.
What about laser?
Laser, I think laser is so much, you know, and lasers are good, intelligent machines, but it's pretty much same size. I mean, you punching is a lot more back into the method. How do you know the
current method right now with the laser, we all parts that we want to tab. We want to be tag, that way every time we run. So
Okay.
we'll apply to it once and save it. We're not concerned about tagging.
Yeah.
We don't do it
Yeah.
until we put it on.
You won't need to do that with Radan. You can just add a T-datum on your part, and we'll get into that, where you can still tool it at nest level, but it sees that T-datum. No, that's where I tag, that's what I lead in, or what have you. So you're not saving it at part level and trying to nest it at nest level.
So we want.
You're not tooling it at part level and then tooling the rest of your nest at nest level. You got to do it all at nest level and just tag.
So if you put tag on the, was that part on there, and that's the same way?
About rules and styles, and say always do a tag here on the corners, a little more on the corners. But then I have a special part there. I tag it here because I need to tag it here because if I put it on my press brake, I know there's nothing here to put it off. You know what I mean? So I'm better to put my tag here. So these are fine. So let me put a T-datum over on this side. So every time it sees that T-datum, it's going to get where it is.
So at part level, there's no saved on it.
Yeah.
At part level, you add what's called a T-datum.
T-datum.
Click it there and say, okay, every time this is in the nest, from now on, I want my tag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the tooling it, if you put the
You
datum.
just pre-assign where you want your tag to go, because it may affect how you polish metal or you want that to be grounded, or it's fine on this side because I'm going to weld this, but this is not fine on this side because it's got a part coming against it.
As far as it's like, tag, how you moving down here.
Well, there's other reasons why the other thing we do is etching.
Yeah.
We identify etch versus identifying what is that root. That's another challenge that we have to do with.
Well, in Radan is always going to be pin 5. Okay? And so if you know you got something that needs to be etched, you just change it to pin 5. And even if you tool it at nest level, if it's pin 5 that knows that it's etch pin, it'll etch it and do it correctly. But a laser, there's no need to tool your part level. The same with the punch, you can get away from doing that, but I tend to like to tool my parts because and sometimes I might want to do something different just to see what I can do and maybe cut a number of bits.
That's it on the punch side. Do it on the punch side or something. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
My experience is the opposite.
Yeah.
We did on the punch side.
And
We tool on the punch side.
that's correct, and that's in true tops. go to nest, it's going to want to hit everything, be another, close to another part. I'm like, come on.
The issues we do with we use the group of parts that use 18.
Yeah.
The sliders we've used in the past, we try to destruct at 18-inch front. These tools we might just cut the resistance when we drop the slug, or we put out command, let the operator go grab the slug off the table instead of making all those hits.
Yeah.
That whole slug. And then use auto tool, it always selects to destruct this instead of using our radius tool. That's why we manually school on the part. So we have to go through there every time we put this part on the sheet and have to go eat those hits and retool.
And that's why I prefer painting and programming the punches with Radan, because you have the option to destruct it or not to. You what size circle you want to do it on and what maximum. So, and then get some tool template. I mean, making a tool template in tops once, and the video was like almost 40 minutes long. I said, good night. You know, and I can just drag a window around what I just tooled and save it to a folder, and it's done. So every time it sees that feature, it's going to tool it the same way every time. And work in auto tool. So some more manual tooling out of it, because I created auto tool template. So, and we'll get into that. But I know what you're saying. Some of it is just not problems with machine tooling, tops, but manual. And then a friend of mine, I tried to use Radan. He's like, but he's told me to use automatic. I said, yeah, well, it's changed now. Something works. Well, I mean, it works automatic.
Finally.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so it's like I trained him, he listened, but he doesn't want to change. So, it's an option, but I wouldn't put a laser. I'd think about it.
The punch side, if there is issues we run into trying to nest on the punch side, how much that? So we will do and through nest and punch as well. Still, there's sometimes they will come on like that. At a part,
Yeah.
the solver, it'll weigh down, be able to recognize which parts are going cut and which parts are not.
Well, we tell them. We tell them to do. So I've got some parts I've pulled into this schedule and say I want to, okay, I want a common line punch these, I don't want to do these. So same part, restricted, and it'll know which one's the common line punch.
Okay.
It'll throw them on a nest. But common line punching, I tool at nest level. Like 15, but doing this level, and it knows the gap settings, because I've already predefined it in my settings, and so, okay, this is gap settings when I'm common line punching, so it'll do that and tool the parts and good to go.
Okay.
But yeah, so I hope I didn't your question.
No. So I think, and say now, the only reason is control where the tags are is when we do laser now. So that's going to eliminate that, because we'll put a T date.
Yeah.
You'll say, data button, save the symbol / part file. Then you pull that into a nest and you auto tool. It knows that's what you want.
Yeah.
I don't see a need to save it, but I mean, we may change our mind. But
It's something you might want to test, but I say no, because you got the The T datums, L datums. A T datum is for a tag, an L datum is for a leader. So, if you wanted to put that on there. So, and I'll give you some time.
Terms previously, but
You asked me for a list of datums. I'm like, I don't even know. Some of the datums you don't really need to know. They're used in the software. You'll like an end datum. An end datum is a machine datum. Okay. So the datum of your machine. The O datum is where your part is for auto mode. C datum, a K datum, a P datum. All that stuff is for part pickers. So it's you know.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it when you apply a shoot command. You'll see a C and a H, I think. So
Yeah. I think we do.
I don't think I found a list yet. So today. And,
Okay.
but the ones I just told you about. You mainly you'll use the L datum and a T datum. So here's for our parts now. Our drawings, we can nest the parts onto our sheet. We can nest which is auto mode or / automatic sequencing. And hold the G code and then by the G code, but we can do that down in here. New box. And it's always important to do finish nesting instead of drawing. If you don't do finish nesting, you still, when you go to create another nest, you got these other nests down here. So it's always important to do finish nesting.
Alright, I don't think this
It's a little red door.
if you go over to the pink door on the left hand side of the screen, yep, it'll finish the nest. And what that does, everything's finished, everything's done, but you don't get here.
Okay, I'll follow you now. I was expecting it to be the next one behind the block.
Now, you will just do that. Oh, there's nothing there, but you can do that. It'll finish the nesting. And I do have a little plug-in here that
I
will.
think what we've been doing is we're going back to the, white there.
Well, I've actually got a plug-in here that we can probably see. So if you do projects, I can configure it, and I'll do finish current project. Having to remember to go back to the door, I can do that way.
So what point do you need to hit finish nesting? When you're
done generating the code, yeah.
You're done with everything?
Yeah, because that nest is done. Okay.
So when you're in order mode, for instance.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring up a nest here.
Kind of like you
Yep.
box, and then you that's satisfied that it's really good.
Very last step.
This one. Thinking about it. So it's not going to be right. Yeah, it's actually going to be wrong because this is the embed you sent me and I changed it so the clamps are down here. So it's an old drawing. But I'm in here. Well, and I can finish current project. I just say current project. So it says nothing. I haven't done any configurations. But that saves me having to go after I've done blocks and compiles. So having to go here and do finish nest. Or save thing. But I never have information on when I finish nest because I've already ordered it and compiled it. Right, so I just say part counts and hit okay. And that does everything there as well. And they print this off as a setup sheet. Just guys and
Yeah, I'd like to get, bring those, figure out what sheets we're going to use and how.
you can do that because and we'll put you.
I do know that they requested, and it is useful. It shows. This is what we call plot.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, there's a attribute you can turn on as well to say the size, the real size, the X and Y of that part. So that's finished nesting from here. That I was talking about before is the sim file here. This is a red with the blue. This is bring in your SolidWorks and save it as a symbol file. Symbol file is your lines and arcs or your drawing and any tooling. So we'll save the tooling. Now a G file will be the nest of parts, the tool, and will be saved to the DRG. If I opened up an old DRG, Dan will probably tell me I had outdated, my NC code is outdated, tooling is outdated since I last ran that nest.
Things equals workspace, symbols equals parts.
So, and you might want to, off some of the stuff from here as a cheat sheet, yeah, just as you get started, because they're good need to do, and go. So steps of generating machine code, that's where we create a part, which we tool a part, which is automatic tooling. Then you add schedules or add a part in machine. Create a nest as a single part nester, sequence and compile code, finish nest, export code file, which is the blocks or NC code. And that we'll make a quick break and we'll run the sample and then we'll go from there and test it out. Create a part. I'm just going to create a part using here, so I'm going to go 5x8, make a couple of corners on here. Okay, make goes on here. And here's a feature. I'm going to mirror this, and you get here in the first corner. In the corner, feature, indicate the feature to mirror or drag a window. I'm just going to select that, and I've got some holes there. Part, I'm going to save this, save it, desktop. And here, material, my orientation. Just save that. Now you at part level. By laser, I'm just going to do it at nest level. now go in and create a new project. There's ways to do a project. File new project, or we can go new project.
What's the difference? Why would you not do drawing? Why would you not create new drawing here? What's the difference?
Well, I'm going to do everything in an interactive nest so I can see all my nest down the side, see all my parts and everything. There's a difference. I believe a lot of people are starting to move towards project nesting. They can say, okay, work through such and such to such a date, call it the project and go from there. So if I go new project, call it a name. So let's say work order 5. Okay. And then I've been in a certain place. It's my nest, my remnants and everything. So I can always go back and open that project and just modify it and add more to that schedule. So you've created a project with all your jobs you need to do today, right? If somebody comes out and they add more to that project, you can open up that project and add more to it and carry on. And put the work out there. Just another benefit of doing a project. So, because I did a project, I've got a nice interactive window here. So now pulling my part, here's the part I'm going to pull in. I give it a quantity, let's say 20. Give it extra if I wanted to. I could choose material. I can do common line or same, common cutting, what have you. So I'm just going to hit OK. Here, and all the information of it, size of it, it tells me a little bit about that part. And then I can bring in DXFs as well. And sheets, I've got no sheets in here, so I'm using old. So I'm going to do a sheet. Not this all day to day. So let's say I've got 40 sheets on the floor. Yep. Yep, give it a priority as well.
We will determine which sheet's the best.
Yep. Yep. And I'll give it a priority to say this is the priority sheet to use this.
Can you change it to will it by scrap only, or can you change it to go by scrap versus quantity?
The button is going to do, you can select what you want to do.
Maybe some days out there, most of the time, we want the
yeah. And I would come in here to my nesting options. Okay. So then stuff will go over. But there's a acceleration 98%. Let's 3 seconds away. Let's give it 5. Maximization, maximum common cutting. Even if narrow, 2 offcuts, even if narrow, largest parts in direction 1. So all these different ways you can place it. But I'm going to go with maximum utilization. I'm going to go left and down. And that's so I've got my sheets, I've got no remnants here. I can go ahead and run this now. Yes. It's in my parts there, has it on my nest. I've got a tick mark, say everything is good. I've got it saying no tooling, because I haven't tooled it yet. when I light here, I know it's complete. So now view. So that's the project. I could close that project, come back to it and add more jobs to it as it goes on, because somebody says, oh, see me, I forgot. Yeah, me, hey, here's 100,000 parts that we forgot. Say night, we'll get dinner. So you can just keep adding parts to this one project, and from there and be done, and then you can create a new project and stay, or however you want to do it. Yeah, but you wanted to just do a single part nest, you could do a single part nest as well. And it'll do, you'll be able to do a single part and fill sheet. So if I wanted to, say I've got this on here, well, what if I here, up here, and let's come on and go fill sheet, and I'll pull the sheet up or take that off. It's here. Back here. It's going all one way. Fill sheet. Very good. There we go. So I can come in here and I can apply my tooling. So my tags, I'm actually not going to tag these. They should be all right. Okay, it's tooled parts. I can bring here. My nest, you can see my nest is almost halfway done because that blue circle, there's half a moon shape there. So all pneumatic sequencing, we're good there. I'm using subroutines. These selected for this, so I'm just going to get rid of that. That's fine. Yeah. Where did my... Still see all this down here as well. Alright. And then compile.
I just got the phone on there.
Let it there. Go general. And we need an apology name. I don't know one, so I'm just going to put on it.
Well, now, once we put a tech table in, if you say it'll be saved for that material and fix it from then on.
Yep. So
Now,
we'll do.
I would call like tech table, you got small contour, medium contour, large contour. There's one tech table for five.
One, you'll have one tech table, but then you'll come into here and then you'll go 110, 100 and change it. So your mid profiles will be whatever you want to do here. This is stuff you have to fill in because no, you may use a different contour on your profiles. Yeah. And this is stuff, and that'll save it to that database for that too, once you get it done.
So, like when you were creating your nest, does it change the specific feature on that part? Did you do that?
You,
That is the contour of that feature,
Yeah.
that's general. But I do particular feature on all that.
Like, keep in mind terminology.
Right.
You're saying contours, that's the terminology of
So-
large contour, small.
Yeah, no, you would,
Okay, whatever you-
so if I tool this, right,
That part there, by our terminology, we would use probably two different contours.
so I would
You
go
have
to
one for the
compile,
whole.
so I would go large profile, and it up for my holes, so I may be using,
Red color profile.
yeah.
Out of the particular contours.
That's what I'm forgetting.
So your laser method and your pierce type and your cutting mode will change what you want to change it to.
These are methods. That is the, rather use that's which profile being used.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1 to 12, so,
That's profile. That tells you if you're edging.
Yeah.
Large contour, large profile, medium profile. The next is
and then the pierce
that's-
type, 0, 10, 11, and 20,
Right, that's what you know.
okay? And cutting values is, these are the valid stuff.
That's the text table.
Yeah.
Yeah,
These will change on different profiles you want in contours.
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So he was able, on that nest, the question was, can he pick that square and say, I want profile?
Yeah, yeah. But if you want to, okay, let me look at the tooling here. Okay, you go to the tool library today. Here's what you've got. You've got large profile here. You can change it so large, medium, and small. I would probably medium, small. This would be anyway, so I don't know what that would be, and this will be a marking. And then our hands here. Lead in, yep. So when I go to tool it, let's do this. Let's go large, medium, small, probably vaporizing here. Large,
What was it, John, we looked at yesterday? Sometimes we want to, what we call slip the, where there is no leading, that
Yeah.
part.
the open profile cutting, and we can set that up. So let's do, yeah, add some tool symbols. I haven't got any symbols created. There we go. So come in here. We've got conditions. What's in there? Condition for style small. Set, small one here. Right. Small. Let's see if it'll let me tool it. Okay. Large, medium, medium, small. Okay, so profile. Yeah. That's a different one. And now when I come in here, Okay, so this, okay. This way I've got a large profile and a medium profile. So my profiles will be set up the size. So they're my holes in my square. And to do it, I would small one for the holes and change the size of them. I'd have to come in here and change this. So let's put a tick table in on here, whatever. Let's tick table is, but I'm just going to do that. Okay. And then that'd be about right. One. So here and then maybe 200. Right.
Where's the coding?
Save it to the database. On Trump is main mode is yeah, 100 would be etching or something.
Right.
So
That's on the console.
save it to my database as well. 1, 12, cutting, whether just a regular cut, and I 600 is your etch, right? I don't know all the other numbers do, they all to look it up in the Trump manual when I'm working, because I don't, if I'm Trump lasers all the time, I'm switching to Mazak or other ones, so I have a sheet from Trump and go through it. But yeah, some of them options aren't controlled as well.
15 different options.
Yeah. Load and unload here. So loading device, lift master, bottom right, I guess. Measurement control. Do you have it in your
Yeah, that's going.
then I'm there. Okay. Oh, fine. There's my code.
Yeah, code prime. Yeah.
I guess. So I added a project. I've got my D code. So subs. And here's my code. And then a tick table and what
There's on where AS 250, TN 100, a large contour, meaning that or the exterior of the bar or big holes in the bar. See the now where it changes to 200 for us, for our users, that 200 changes to a medium contour. What it does is it lets the machine know that this is a smaller feature. You can make a smaller feature so it dials back power and speed to get a gain cut. And then another one that would be 300 would be small contours, and that would be for material. If you want to cut a 300 hole or a 3-inch hole, you would that actually turns your feed rate down from the last. Normally you'd be running this material about 100 inches a minute, it'll drop down to 10 inches a minute, and it use that later, it looks like it's taking its way through. And, you know, so that's what those, and now it's important for us to be able to determine, can I cut this hole with this in this one, because especially with our hardware holes of a +3 meg.
How we do a project nest. See, now I can come back in here. If I finish it completely, file, close project. Yeah, what? Yeah. And done. Yeah.
Right there before you close out of the project. You leave that next to
That's right, I didn't show you, did I? I was excited about the other stuff. Let's see. So, closed, I can actually go file, recent projects. Project back up. Here I've got a caution mark saying the color is out of date because I've closed it and done changes, right? So if I come in here to auto mode, just grab that all in here and phase simulation. So I've done sequencing and just line. I don't like colour on the parts, however. I'd probably change that. That'd be old ice.
What do you do normally? What is your, so we picked that was similar to what we had.
I keep with this thing instead of black. And I stuck with that thing. I'll make my parts grey like a sheet metal looking part. You know, just because that's me, that's the thing. That likes to see sheet metal parts, and sheet metal parts aren't blue. Grey. But I mean, customers have it that way. It don't matter. I do just grey. You change the colours. You can change it from black to.
I don't know, we see, you know, you prefer white back, but I personally, I think on the super prefer black back.
Because it's easier on your eyes.
Yeah.
And I'll have to change to that because I've missed.
That
the day.
thing shows up there on a black background instead of white, especially if you light color.
Yeah.
Gray better on black.
But if you look at this here, I go all uncut, I go all cut, and just show all of it, so it goes all the tooling. So
What's the significance of the big thick red line at the lead-in, just to know that's where it is?
well, that's the lead-in, my lead-in line, that's the size of it. I've set up in there.
That one's not like that. I think the one at the upper right of the sheet is a big, thicker red.
Yeah, I think we need that today.
Yeah, like that.
They have it here at the top.
Oh, yeah, because it's doing a double straight lead-in. So it may be a special lead-in is set up in the rules and styles. Because Trump has different rules and styles on there. So if I was to come here, styles, edit, look at the lead-ins.
This looks so overwhelming to me.
We'll go over all this here today. That's the fun stuff. That's where we start going. Even when I was in class, I went through it. I'm like, gee whiz, that's a lot of stuff. But
Now let's talk a minute about lunch. Good with ordering. It takes less time.
let me go back. So to my manufacturing settings, manufacturing database. Here it says it doesn't exist. I said that's fine. Let's create one. Added one. Okay. So settings are saved. So if I was to save it again, you're going to get created a database for that material. So these corners, tags and styles. I can set up different stuff here, rules, cut conditions, scrap cuts for that material, advanced stuff for that material, and then do avoid heat buildup and the cutting conditions, and then it gives me a heat radius cooling time. So, yeah, so that's why you see the cut condition or the lead in that way. It's a double lead in.
This is showing the transition.
And no lead out?
No, I haven't got a lead out on that one. If I wanted to, I could put one on there. But I don't understand the lead outs. I'm like, once I'm just coming back to the same point.
Why?
People like them. Some people do a radius lead in, radius lead out, and
What I'm familiar with, basically gone, they led in at one point, and then the lead out goes right back out that same point that it led in. So you make this all, just go back out this point that you need power off to be done with.
Well, I know, actually, we did aircraft parts. And he's a lot more demanding.
Yeah.
Finish. All I knew, when it stopped, there's a glitch in the profile. So we always, and we did primarily aluminum too, I don't know if that matters.
you usually do a double lead in or something, with a lead in or something. Especially but that's how you simulate it anyway. In there. And yeah, if I wanted to destruct that, I'd have to come in here and make sure I've got turn on. Here. Been all the scrap, so let's go. I don't know. How wide are your slats? About 2-3 inches. So there's a 0.45 maximum size. Minimum size. Yeah, 5 there. Size 5. Okay. All right. Here. So we've got here. Scrap cuts. Okay, 5. Okay. So it's a 2 because it's 1 inches, and this is 2 by 1 part or something. So I wanted to do it more. I could probably come in here and change this. 4.625. Whoa. Yeah. Up into little squares if I wanted to. Squares. So if I go to configure, position editor, measurement, and then the size of the profiles, spacing and the X and spacing and Y. So I can say let's go 0.50.
It's small, it's not going to fit.
Yeah, because it can fall down into the slat. Yeah. And then we call it add scrap cuts. Okay. 3/4 squares on here. Or just 3/4. A lot of size, part,
Like at the end of the other thing.
yeah. So I'm not sure if I think I've asked them if we can control more of the settings in here as well. So I wanted to have more of a gap in here, I can. But if I do have more of a gap, what are things there? So you don't want it
The
too.
reason why I'm asking is because we probably want to see enough where we have structure put into the park.
No, I had too many issues with that because I've not had any cases where people have pulled up and said, "Oh my God," you know.
Just cut it in my park.
Yeah, because you will hear about it straight away. There's, you know, but if we cut this part and it does do that, we take a look at it, and get it fixed. But he's ever called up about it. I'm sure they're using it because I know before we had it in the core software, we used to have a plug-in for it. So about
It's available, I can't tell you if somebody's using it.
Yeah.
Just like we will.
that's why we built it into the core because it's everybody is asking.
When can you run the machine?
Automated. You gotta do that when you pull your operator away from it. Normally would have seen it and call it.
Yeah.
Now he ain't no more service. You got to do something.
Yeah.
Hazard something?
Yeah. If you go configure, machine configuration editor, hazard management. This. I wanted to close the project about taking this up. Well, just see creating a project, a quick run through on how to create a project. With this here, so we did the workflow was we created the part, we didn't tool the part, we just saved it out. Then we did the project and added the parts and the sheets to the nester options, and then the nester, and we did a cutting sequence, and then we got the NC program and added the NC block down here. Okay, I'm usually going to skip over the verify because I don't think you use it on your ears because you can do it straight in. Yeah, just do that in the order sequence there and it's done. Add a nest drawing file and finish nesting. Well, so that's something you could probably take with you and make a snapshot of it or something.
This whole thing is on the hard drive, what that I copied out, right?
The slideshow, I'd have to get that to you. Yeah.
Okay.
The other one that I had, well, to you. So that's where we are there. Creating parts, these are the options. You'll just see that information down here. One means if necessary. Two, it's a one-time setup deal. You'll need to at least go in and set it up one time. Here is we can create or modify existing parts or SIM files. But Dawn, we're just gonna skip through some of the drafting, and because you're gonna do that mainly with SolidWorks and bring them in and update your part that way. Make from existing CAD drawings. So grab a part from a drawing, DF, if you've got a DXF drawing and it's got 5 different parts in there, you can grab one of the parts out of that and then bring it over and save it as a sim file. That's using this hand here. Open and set options. You can set options for your DXF settings and layers and stuff. Those options out as well. And then we of course have logistics. Don't worry about this RAD quote. RAD import will actually give you the ability to there's some shops, I don't know why, but they've got 5 DXFs or DWGs on one drawing and them up into single parts. So the easiest way to do that is to have RAD import. RAD import split them up automatically and some as cells. And RAD import will bring in 3D models as well and create a project, and we'll bring in CSV files and stuff like that. And in here, so if I escape from here, so I'm here. So here, so we're talking about it, so here, let me, I'll grab, put it here, let's do a drawing board around this. Here's my drawing border, a couple other parts in here. Okay, so if I brought in, I need to create a sim file for it. I can go to part mode, I just hand, and I get one part out of that DXF and bring it back. So I save it as a sim file, then I need to grab the other one if I wanted to do this one as well, and then save that as a sim file, go from there. So to bring in DXFs, you're going to open and you drag and drop. To do this, I'm going to select DXF, there's one here, I have an option here. In my options, I can drawing scales, conversion types, conveyors, do color mapping, and you gave those options. That is a one-time setup. I got it set up, it's saved. So now if I select this one, I grab my template. No. And I've got my DXF here. And then pick my geometry. Make mode actually. CAD. Okay. So you can see I've brought the DXF in, but I need to close the geometry. So I can come in here and do healing. Heal. So it's geometry up on that DXF. Here the geometry is closed. Okay, if I go
Yeah.
check geometry, it tells me whether it's closed. And if it's saying I go geometry utilities, I can put a tolerance in there and hit apply, and it'll close those gaps for me.
10,000.
It does really big gaps in it because it was a DXF or a part export from somewhere other software that didn't do very good. They probably have to come in and do a merge the two lines and go merge these two lines with each other here, and then we go. So that's put in your DXFs. Got the BringWorks file. So see here, SolidWorks. This one. The so I've got a flange plate on here, so maybe I want to take that out. So I can bring that in here. Define elements here. I'm going to add using tables and everything. So right editor, but okay. Here's my part, SolidWorks file. Now I can save this. Save and the change material. And I'm just old 1/4 inch. So now all done. And go ahead and maybe I want to create a new schedule. And just bring it in that way. Or maybe I've got some parts and I just want to do a single part nest. So it's up here, grab that, yes. And it's nested it on the sheet.
This man gave you part count on both sheets there.
Yeah. So if I hit this again, it's going to want me to start the process again. So if I want to modify it, I come down here and modify that.
72 parts, 90 parts. You can
Yeah, and then I can also select true shape
Yeah.
and see what I get
You can
there.
stagger it.
Yeah.
went to 102. Once it did increase
Yep.
parts per.
And like you were saying out there, you may have a custom size blank. I'm going to go 40. Get on. 48. 40. Me that there. That's blank.
Right now, it's giving you the three options, showing you what the points are. You can select.
Yeah.
One of those three options you want to.
Yep, it's showing my standard sheets here, but then there are much the results of a custom sheet. So a custom sheet in here. Okay.
You'll get that. You know, that.
This is right next to the multi-part nesting, so if you're using multi-part nesting, you would just come here to single-part nest. I know that it brings up that window there. But then it's to where I saved my last part or something. Then I grab that guy. And can still see it's got my custom sheet size that I had added in there.
And right there, add another one, you just hit custom sheets, custom.
Some size, I can change the clearances. And I do pre-cut blanks. So if I was to come in here and blank, and so it's going to do that, and then we'll maybe punch my corners and do that.
So it's selected the back side of the part.
It's taken the part, it's taken your part and it's made it the same exact size of your part.
And you knock out the corner.
Not corners, it's 4 holes yet. On that. So then we can that all going for the guys. You can actually do a pre-cut with the laser. Okay, I could come in here. If I have a rectangle, this notch, and these circles here. And do the rest of that. But if I do that and then I go to another job, I need to make sure that turned on, otherwise I'm like, I'm cutting the damn corners. What the heck? Your multi-part, single next. Got your multi-part next, of course, as well. So in your 3D and bringing in your 2D CAD. So you guys have got you got 2D over here. Let's practice bringing it whenever we need to. So to change the pen color, here's profiling, here's drafting, limit geometry. Okay, I've got that, that's fine. Now come in here and I hit Edit Properties. Edit Properties. Then I go up here. So change pen color here to 4. And I like that. Just click on it. And then change this one because I want to etch these. I'll change. So now over here, I've changed something in my machine that I haven't changed here. Let me see. Beautifully blue there. So now change that to pen 4. Okay? So drafting.
Where
Okay?
The
The little, yeah, the hand with the placard. The hand with the card there. See this one? There we go. You click that. If you click that, it brings up the other options down here. Edit Properties. This one. Then you can come up here and it pulls this dialog here. Right. And then you do change it to pen 4. Make it mark in this little box. Okay, I'll go ahead and select the one you want to use the pen for the cut.
you should be able to draw a box. Here.
the station.
And I'll be hanging on my mouth, man. I like it.
No.
Love.
Mm.
So move here. So automatic tooling settings. Okay. This is your punch similarities between the punch and laser. But down you'll have profiling, and on the punch you'll have punching. So some of it will change. But other stuff like macros, tags and pins will be different, and other things. Is your typical auto tooling window. So if you had automatic tooling on your computer over there, you'll see exactly what I'm showing you here. So that's auto tooling settings. Okay, in the automatic tooling dialog, the pins page is at, well, let me go back here. Let me go back. Macros are the ones like, say, countersink macro that we're going to do. It would be classed as a macro, and it would be in this macro section. So if I look at my file in here, up, pretty dirty up there. Part mode, and we'll show it to the user. Lift master here. Tooling. So auto tooling settings, here is where I've changed material. And list the materials I've activated. Okay. I can change it to inches, gauge. I always just stick inches. America uses inches, right? And click on standard and select the standard. Machines, you can change a strategy or you can add a strategy. Say if this was thin plate, say I cut it with oxygen and nitrogen, add a strategy to here. I can go oxygen in here, and do to it, then I can add another one and go into, then I select a strategy in here, change, select nitrogen, say I wanted to do nitrogen, okay, it'll run my N2, and it'll run cut conditions that I've saved in my database in the compiler for nitrogen. And I can switch back and change the strategy to oxygen, and it'll run the settings that I set up and saved to the database there. And we can do. And here we, just like the Trump, we have a STL load. So set up STL loads for the Trump lasers, and they have 2 or 3 different loads depending on how they want to tool the jobs and what have you. If there's TC correction on, left or right, or if they didn't want to use it, they could set different tool loads so it would do that. Rectangle, that is, so if I had a pre-cut blank and I didn't want to do the whole outside, just do all the inside geometry. Okay, so I cut a part already, but some engineering forgot to put a whole bunch of holes in there, so I'm going to line that part back up on my sheet, on my machine, and I'll go ahead and just pull those inside features and run that program on the job. And then you can also display this, so every time you click to auto or profiling, it'll automatically pop this up. Drives me nuts. I I click on it. So I'm always unchecked. And he can read settings from the default system data. And I can actually save settings to the system data. So if I come in here, standard, hot roll, standard quarter inch, okay, and I make a couple changes in here, I come in and save these settings, default database, or I can say I start with a standard all across the board on my materials. I can give it to the whole system. And then from there, on the materials I run. If I save this one, and the other one, so here, save those settings for the quarter inch. Now I wanted to play around, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to change the rule miles. I'm like, well, what do I do now? Because I can't remember what was there. I would just come up here and go read from the manufacturing database, and it's going to read already saved in there. Okay. Macros is where I've got different rows. I've got a scrap cut in here. I don't really need that, I don't think. There's a row in here. This is always in here. I don't think you need any more on the your release. But macro will be the countersink macro. So you'd find it in here. So I wanted to use that countersink macro. Yeah. Come in here and select that macro and apply the tooling, and it'll automatically take it, hit my pre-punch hole, and then go and add my extrusion or form tool I'm using. Now, modifying that as well later on. After I left here, I talked to you guys about doing some more stuff with it, and talked to the guy who wrote it and said, let's modify it. So he's already modifying a bunch of other stuff already. It's on his list. So that's how you would apply it. So you can save that to your settings default, and it'll go ahead and select that and be go. Now, we can tag corners. You can add a tangent. There's one, your tag size. Edge length to tag. So anything 07, it'll tag. Okay. And you even make it smaller. I've got all that here. Let's see. Let's go here. And because of molarity with the punch, we can come on here and use this page of auto tooling dialog if you want auto tooling to add corner or midline single tags. Here you can see we can use to hold them to the sheet. Auto tooling can automatically work out which corners should be tagged. Alternatively, you can manually place tagging symbols, i.e. T-datums, and I'll show you that here in a minute, and on the corners which you want auto tooling to tag. Corner can only be added to the outer profiles of parts. Inner must be tagged using midline or single tags. Working out which corners to tag, auto tooling will only consider corners between two lines. However, you can use T-datums to specify that auto tooling should add tags at corners between arcs lines. Auto tooling will never add tags at the corners formed between two parts. An example corner tag on a punch machine is shown below. So, as this is the length of the edge of the corner that is left to be untooled from the tag. As profiling and combination machines, when adding profile tooling, you can control the orientation of the lead-ins to corner tags. They can be either normal or orientation, the corner tag formed on both edges. That controls the number of corner tags that will automatically be added to a part. This is a percentage in the range of 0 to 100. Basically, increasing the density increases the number of corner tags. Automatically added to part to be maximum, decreasing the density decreases the number of tags added. So, the max number, these values are used to limit the number of corner tags automatically added to a part. And set up midline tags to profiles, hold them in a sheet. Same with punching, all the same. For midline tags, you'll use your what you call your tool, your tagging tool or something.
Bow tie?
Bow tie. Yep. So, and you're manually placing tags using tooling. The position of a T-datum defines the lead inside of tag. Punch tooling, the position of a T-datum defines the midpoint of the midline tag. There's a little bit in that. Because it's the same as a punch. You know, see where am I here? All right. Jump right in. And I'm going to draw a part here. Let's do this. Just going for. Yeah. Now, if I come in here, I can actually save a T-datum. Okay, if I come in cursor objects, it's a little fly swatter. It looks like a fly swatter. And a recall datum symbol. Pulls up a whole list of dates. But I need the L datum or the T datum. So datum. And here, another one here, and one there, and then I do that. And tool it. Nice, so I can do tags along edges. I even have that all selected off and just say outside only, program, so a minimum, 10, so anything under 10, don't tag it. And one day put a tag size on here. I'm going to put tag size on here so we can see it. You can get no midline on that one. So tag, let's go 10. Yeah, and then I can set up a tag interval. long parts like this and I was going to run on a laser, I could set up at 12-inch interval and tag it at 12 inches. So here, I'm going to put a tag right there.
Now, what y'all usually do is you lead in at that location, is that correct?
Yeah. What do you get in layout tag? Do a little micro joint. Laser. Cut in stops. Not sure what they call it.
Now, show me again how you got there, Dean. You went to the things like fly swatter.
Drafting. Yeah. We can have the fly swatter.
That's recall first rod.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, and then the little.
And we'll go recall datum symbol. Where's datum on here? Datum here. So that is for a lead-in. So I want to take this every 6 inches. So we got, but it is put a lead-in. So I can add off and just do outside only. And just a tag up here on the corner. Plus lead in. And then I also come in here and move my lead in. And this little line box, I latch on there and move it. So if I do that, I can move it around and play else. I can also say I want to put a note down here. I can come in, layout maybe. Oh, here we'll do this. Layout, midline tag or corner tag. I'm going to do midline. I don't be too small. I'm on real.
The old corner area one.
I like. Here we go. Lead in. On. Here we go. Lead in, lead out. See, lead out different. No, lead in. Yeah. There, and then you can also come back here and click on the box and move part. I want to put it in a message or not. It just gives me a warning on there. Just removed when the profile was auto tool. Do you want to accept a new tool? And yeah, whatever. That's good. Tag in our corners, I can turn this off. And you can be outside only, all profiles. But when you this on, it cancels out this one. Okay, you set up tags and styles and your rules and style settings. And you'll just say use those settings. I never use them settings, I just do it from here. Corners, let's do this, we'll go to should have. Tags. For two, I only get it on two corners. And you can do whatever. But if you ever wanted to, you can always come in. You can tool, I don't know why. But you can actually tool this by yourself manually. Right. But then merge those because I'm going to the corners. So these drafting features you see, and I use an auto tooling. And manual, I should say, not auto tooling. So, and you can tool in stuff. And then you can, yeah. So then you can actually do a how you want it to order that part and save it as a tool part. It's very picky on how it orders on a laser. Do it that way. I do it in automatic sequencing. I don't really use manual tooling lasers or anything. It's just boom, boom, done. Everything it needs to. You can add corner loops if you really want to get fancy. Do bridge. So I've had a bunch of these long parts here. You can put them all on here and bridge them together, and it'll cut that one part out and then, or you have bridge cutting and just common line cut. And all that's all in all the tooling settings.
Common line and on the laser.
Oh. Well, it is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you got no clamps on that.
Yeah, we got one option. There's no clamp.
Yeah, yeah.
So the line cut, you have to let the laser cut. Right now, the laser cuts one complete part at a time.
So you could have that.
You go ahead and put all holes in the whole sheet just like you do on a puzzle. Come back and cut the exterior.
Yeah, and it's killed the whole sheet. That's what I hated about. I had Sigma and the reposition, and I was doing common line cutting, but it just would not line up. I'm like, worth it. Common, because we use that 1/4 inch stainless all day long, 3/8 stainless all day long. It was $600-800 sheet. So
we scrap that.
Yeah. So, Talia. Yeah, if you got questions, just let me. Don't sneak by and not get something answered. If I know it, Dawn will know it. So.
You put the T-datum on there.
Yeah.
Both of those blocks right there is not checked. You still want to add the tags in there?
No, because you're going to have midline. If I do that, let's do that now. T-datum. L1 here. And then I do it at drafting level and save it as a part level, and I want to delete the tooling off, it'll delete the T-datum off. So I delete the tooling off, but it will never delete my T-datum. Can we try that scenario? From T-datum. So improperly placed key datum. So you have then we'll do it'll see it, put it there. Change that minimum to 4, or what I had made it put one on there. But I wouldn't, because only to the guy I wanted, they made me mad, and I wanted to dig out that part all day long. I'm not saying it hasn't happened in the past.
Let's not do that. That's not productive.
But so that, you would have to have the midline for that.
You can work the line at the corner simultaneously.
Yeah. Only the bottom one that cancels out the midline. So, and of course, once you get to see, and this is where this comes in handy as well, and you do this as you're working, you wouldn't sit down and do it all at once, you know, but say you're working with 1/4 inch steel one day and you want to, well, mine's are going to be different on 1/4 inch than what they are the sink plate or sheet, you know, it'll be way different. Set up tags for here and save it to that tool that it remembers the tag settings for that material, and then switch to the thinner material, it knows and remembers the tags for that material. So there's not, you're having to go into the background of the software, edit an Excel file to, yeah, you set it up that way. Some set it up that way, but the more advanced the more you play around with it and get into it and do it that way, it's going to be more efficient and work better.
Now, doing what you're talking about, if Anthony's out there and Anthony keeps working with all these, keeping his tags the way he wants them. And I know the pen colors is, in one of them. I'm up here nesting on my computer.
They're global.
Using his thing.
They're global, yeah.
So whatever it does, I can trust the rest of us will do it as well.
Yeah. There's some features like the pens, you know, but you notice that in the pens, right? These are individual people, right? For the majority, or the global. So this is global. But here is just for you, the nation. And no, we don't really say this is global. This is, there's no, you know, we kept a secret.
Well,
We didn't find out until this
I
morning.
suggest we get a standard and stick with it. Now, a while ago, you copied one profile from
Yeah.
the other.
What I did was, I'm in here, and I did set user preferences, right? And up to, like, I'm having. But maybe if I go into 2D yeah, 2D yeah. So this, I've got an embed user. So if embed, I can switch it and be the same settings as embed user and reset to system defaults. Or I can whatever I want to do. And I'd say did yours and saved it as Dawn. So we already set it up. It's all good to go. And they password on here, but I don't think there's no need to set a password because You've got the main people working with the software. They don't need to want to get in there and maybe make a change or something. To you, some people have the password on, but then into a section of the software and change it. If you're out, then, you know, it's a bit of like this and go back. So anything's on the tags there. All right. So now we move on to pins. Okay. Because we've different pins here. So pins for features already tooled. Say a job here, and I just oh, too big. Yeah. Job, but I need to cut these holes again. So I need to delete them, or I can just change the pen here to pen 6. So much is the same, but when I go to tool it, the pens I've got pens for features already tooled, and I find my tooling, yeah, it's the outside of my part, not tool stuff that's in pen 6. But then, if I want to, I could come in here and turn off that, and then the inside and not the outside, but it won't do anything because that's pen 6. And the day you might use that, you know. I did it the other day for a customer. I'm going to tool that. I've already done that. I just messed up this part. So we turned all that other stuff into pen 6 and went, boom. Oh, man. Just deleting tooling off everything he wanted. Changed it and just dragged the window around. And just to be ignored. So that would probably be something where I'd put 4 or whatever you ignore it. Pens for temporarily highlighting features that fail to tool. I have red, so if something fails to tool, it's like red if it fails. Okay? I do red because red stop. I mean, pretty small. Some people have different colours. You know, you can select and change what colours you want, but it seems to stand out. For features to be etched, that would be 5. On all Radan software, every laser, every punch, even scrubbing, we all set to pen 5. And that way, everybody knows that's an etch. Way back ones. And people features to be cut with center offset. That's what we did over there earlier. And here where we changed everything to 4, we would put 4 here. That way go ahead and tool everything with center offset. So we're not doing the line on the left, laser beam on the right. It's going to be straight down on any questions on the pens? Well, if you come up with a question later, we can come back to it. These here are pretty much all the same. Okay, you've got a couple of options here. on the but a little bit different. Okay. So I click on profiling. So a lesion failure, a small hole or something, because the hole's too small, can't do thing. Here I've got pierce center and etch profile. So pierce the center and etch the profile of that hole that it can't do. And come in here and you can edit a pierce method. No pierce, normal pierce, soft pierce, point marking. You diameter and cut and you want to do it with. Or you leave profile untooled. So actions we can do. And leave I've got this in here. Let's see. Well, it's the page, I'll skip the page somewhere in my slide. But in your draft or in material, computer, right? Same page in the red punch as the section here. We've got red profile here. So it's 88 pages, so it's not a manual. There's not pages in there to be a manual. Some of the in the slideshow today. And features on offense. And those on there. Alright.
We'll have a G drive too. Y'all can get to the G drive, right? That's where I put them, but maybe on the programming one, but we'll have a link where we store these files for future reference.
Yeah. So we've got here an automatic tooling profiling. So to specify an action to take when auto tooling fails to place a leader. So what I do is, okay, if you fail to put a lead in on that feature, go ahead and go and pierce profile center or pierce center and etch profile. So that way, if it's a small hole, you know, something that I send to the machine shop. So I set it up to do it that way as well. The machine shop can go ahead and drill and tap it. But at least the pierce or the marking where they need to do that. For externals, this is for internals. For example, I left it leave profile untooled. Because I'm going to figure out why and because I'm not putting it on an external. So, and that in here, and it is here. I could to put you to sleep. Mm-hmm. So it's something you can come back and look at. Otherwise, it's pretty much all set up anyway in your program. No, but yours is turned off anyway, isn't it?
Where?
Yeah, auto tooling and profiling. Yeah, yours is just set to leave profile untooled.
Yeah, I just changed it.
Yeah, okay.
we'll enter his profile.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I'm gonna do it, I don't want to send it out there.
And you can save it in the auto settings. You'd have to select the material, of course. I'll open material here shortly as well. So that's that part of the lead and failure. Really anybody mess with it. If they have questions up or says anything about it, they're just more interested in cut conditions and rules and styles like lead-in types and stuff like that. That's the fun part, rules styles. So that's what we do now. So here, okay, lead style I want. I have a core tag style I want. I have midline tag style I want. But then I use this in this box. I ain't do anything until I come back here and go tag and settings. Okay? They use these features here. But I control mine from here. Okay. Lead in styles, you can see I have a small tangent, a small normal, and that's for small profiles. I profile rule, one, and large profile rule, and if all's fail, I have a default rule. Now, come here and you like, on the other page, it'll show you here. If I bring up the rules and styles here, and I've got this here as well in my auto tooling. This is like that question mark. I can hear and then it pulls me up to this. And it'll run the stuff here. Okay. If I come here, let's see, same thing. Now, I'm here for this, but if I edit rules and styles, I've got to mark up here. I can hear and say, well, what the heck is this all about? A lot of information about everything here. So, minimum, maximum, small, medium, large. If a size 5 by 25 fits within all these rules, but by placing the small rule at the top of the list, this will be the rule used for auto tool. Okay? So, if I've got small, medium, large profiles. 0 to 177, 0 to 76, 0 large here. If it's within this one, it'll get to the next profile if it can do it with the medium. Okay?
An area?
The size. So on my X and Y, I've got a 0. So here, you actually probably go here and go 0.250. So everything's a 1/4 inch. Shows up. 1/4 inch. So 1/4, and then I'll probably go 5 from here. Well, I can do in chat and do 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch or what have you.
Y'all know what it's set to now?
Set to this. Oh, yeah, or what you're using now. In Sigma Nest, if you go into Sigma Nest, there's a Excel, yeah, and it'll, I think, write it in and say medium. And, before, I think you had to go on the back door, back in the 7.5.
them to the,
Yeah.
he just wasn't selected.
So, well, let me change some things. See. If it doesn't fall to any of these or falls in, just tell us as we're got an issue with my lead. Figure it out. So rules, if is up top, this is everything else. So you always want to be down at the bottom.
The work
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah, exactly.
By process of elimination.
Yeah.
Don't use this and move to the next.
That's right. And so you can do this as well, cutting condition, right? Smoke files, internals and externals, I got 3. Me 2. The 1 as well. So it's going to know, and you can change it, and you can add more sizes if you wanted to. But I don't think there's any reason to add any more rules, because what are you, small, medium, large? I mean, some people go, have a list in there, and I'm like, oh, Lord, and we for it, because it covers it. You might want to set up more cut conditions and stuff like that. As the properties for this field over here. Styles, you know, so you can see the different styles here. All normal, it's a normal lead style. Any edge, so it'll put a lead on any of these edges. Say I wanted to set it to corner. I can set corner and do any corner. I can do tangent or set. Right? So, and then I'm doing minimum radius, lots of other stuff, distance from corner, like Pierce method. So if I wanted to do jet, I guess what they call it on Trump, but I know on Mazak they call it a jet pierce. Instead of just pet piercing, which goes and then pierces through the thick plate. You can do pierce and it'll do a hole, cut a hole and go just over there.
So let me see if I got a handle on what, this is overwhelming to me, I don't know about y'all. We've got rules, the rule is the very top most thing. So in this case, on our small profile, we have a small normal style select. For the,
Yep,
right?
yep. And then profiles, you'll have your medium.
Okay.
And then other profiles, you'll, like on your tags for your small tags, you got line tags, micro weld corners. Do you do the micro welds on your laser?
I don't know
Not
what
really.
it is.
Term, microwave.
What Trump does, it'll come and cut like a little micro weld on the thing and leaves a piece of metal there. So it's really like it's halfway or something, but not all the way through.
We do more or less, yeah. Get the point, cut the beam off, and then move over.
Yeah.
With the tab, and start cutting.
On your newer laser, you probably would be able to do that. On the older laser, I don't think, because we had to disable micro joints on your older laser because it doesn't support it. So
Microwells reduce the title.
yeah.
Now, if this was the metal stick, it would go all the way through.
And then I think the beam like
and just cut a
reduces
certain
the
depth.
power.
More or less, you're cutting across there at 4,000 watts. Then you get a microwave, it might knock it down to 500 watts.
And it's only going halfway through the material at that point.
Yeah.
So got etching, you etch it like 400 watts.
Yeah.
If you reduce from thing down to 80 wattage and rank it back up, that way they don't actually have to cut the resonator off. You don't have to, you just dial back your power, and slide right along in the car, let off your stereo and stop it.
So possibly something we need to explore?
I can see a benefit of you don't have piercing. Right now, that's what we're using, you got a piercing. Wherever you got a tab at, you got a piercing.
It's on your, not about the old, can you do sprint lays on the old one? Oh, yeah, okay, so, yeah. So, a lot of people will be doing sprint lays, because that's quicker.
And that blade is now, like sprint blade is another, you don't actually ever cut power off, you just on the back. Back up.
Yeah.
Get where you need to be.
Yeah, ramp up, ramp down,
Instead of all off.
it's just, it was speed and stuff like that. This is all the properties for this one here. And this for your corner tags and stuff like that. Nothing, I'm gonna do anything with rules and styles because we come out of here. Yeah. We're not using tag styles because we haven't got that checked. You lead in and lead out. So,
On profile rules.
and let's see, medium. Well, that's for everything. It changes for the full normal. Down. Medium changes. But I think it's where you want to be with the trunk all the time. Yeah. Yeah. I've known anybody, I don't think many people on the, yeah, there's a little radius on there. And then here's a lead out. So this is no lead out, right? But to do a lead out, maybe I want to do a straight lead out. And then select the cut condition I wanted to lead out with. No lead out, and then you can do arc lead in, you can double straight arc lead in. You can do cut conditions. So here it's calling for cut condition 8 and 0 here. And that, so in the undercut here, 0.021. Here, so if we take this, the settings for the lead-ins are controlled in 2 tabs. The lead out, each tab contains common lead settings and is exclusive settings. Mutually exclusive set of buttons is used to select the type of lead-in, to try straight, double straight, arc, or none. The appropriate lead-in, lead-out, lead length, angle, and cutting condition controls will be enabled or disabled according to your chosen lead-in, lead-out values. Gets into preferred others than overburns. There are also additional settings for overburns. Preferred overburn length, the preferred length of an overburn, minimum overburn length, the permitted length of an overburn. Only be added when the overburns option on the page in auto tooling is turned on. One setting, so this overburn, until you come down here to advanced. Or you come back here and go rules and styles, edit, overburn here. So lead out. So how far you want when you lead in, how you want it to overburn into the there. Yeah. Overburn. So lead in and lead out. Overburn.
Okay.
Into it. Keep going. I bet it's rid of the tip when you do lead-ins and lead-outs. It gets rid of that little tip when you do the over. Straight edge and you're not having to clean off the where the lead-outs are on your parts. You'll notice you get a little tip on the end of them. So take care of some of that stuff there. But it won't turn on until you go into advanced auto tooling settings. Undercut radius as well for a lead-in. 2015. So, but tools and styles are pretty much there. I mean, modify them and change them if you like. Look, as you start going through different materials and thicker materials, you might want to change them. Lead-in, if you want to do lead-ins, do you want it at the corner or do you want it in the edges? I use the corners. So the styles. Control here as well. Also punching, thank goodness. See. So on page 31, it gets down and gets more into the specifics there on your conditions. Conditions. So these are already set up. Did you set these up? Yeah.
We did, but.
Okay.
You got 11 orange here, I got 11 green. Well,
This is how I do mine if I want to use TC correction left on and off, right? I take all my cut conditions and go 1 to 10, and then I duplicate that and to 20. And the thing is because when you tool it, see, tool library editor. So I do anything because I don't have these, so I'd have to come in here. What the heck? Not that. And I'd, yes, and I'd the same ones. Yeah, whatever. So I should be able to go. Four. I want to do vaporize. Yeah, I can vaporize it before I cut it. Save this file, save part. And I'm just nest. Down to the code here. Section. So that's something done there, but if you don't want to do that, Trump, not everybody uses it. I don't know why. I'll get you more information on it. Some people don't. But I can just go 1, 2, 3, fly, okay. Check code in. Different. Something in this code for when you're doing laser cutting. Laser. Yeah, I see. I'll get that for you. Some people don't, but that's you would set it up. You would just duplicate here what you have in 1 and change this to 11. Oh, that would probably be good. So conditions, and you can take the overrides off. This one here, this is 5 anyway. That needs to be 5. And you change this to pin 4 for set cutting. I'd 7 for vaporizing, I think. This. I think yours was already done. Oh, yeah, your 7 pin 7 there. Yeah, your 5 is good. So good there.
What about 2 and 3?
What do you?
11, 12, 13.
Yeah, 11, 13.
Oh, colored.
Oh no, then depends on your pen colours. Some have been changed or that, but pen is your etching. But there was, it's probably set up different to mine. What I do is I have all my user settings and then I just drop your information on top of mine. I can see everything you're seeing. So, the conditions, that was pretty simple, eh?
Why y'all got all that?
So, oh, there's a quiz on this one, so I didn't tell you that, did I?
I'm ready.
So, but main thing to do for you guys is the vaporizer. So 9. Because hang on, let's see what I got here for vaporizing. Before I go. No, I got 4 for set cut. vaporizing. This is in my tool library. So if I tool library, where's my vaporizer? And I got that in 4. Bit of that and put it in. No, here. That in there for me. If I go here,
Maybe we're just looking at.
go compare. Then we can.
So that's really a turret load.
Yeah, this is all your laser tools. So 18, I've got in 5, cut condition 5.
7 on mine.
It was fine. Yep. And well, yeah, because I changed it before to center offset.
Right.
Yeah, because I was in 4 before, but I changed it.
Always 7.
Yeah. So I come in here and go cut conditions and do 9. Configure library editor. Not horizon. Oh, data tool that partly vaporized. Selected 9. It's up in my library editor. 9. So for I selected 9.
So with other tools just then, it shows you the tools used over here, just like it does with.
Yeah, and it shows me the standard tool load. That's the standard we're using.
So you have a profile.
Yeah.
But we had some, what do we, no more.
Okay, if I come over here
Yeah, center offset.
and I do this. Edit properties. Open profile cap or cap. So you can rising. And
Same issue you have with shelves. I don't know if you did on yours.
no, doesn't want pin. 4.
I don't recall.
Oh, I did that with a small profile. Why? I've been yours, but yeah, it'll do an open cut there.
I don't think you had that set up on your machine at all.
No, let's see. 4 spine. Well, there's a small profile.
actual tool.
Oh, yeah.
Really, what does she calling that? Dish for?
Yeah. Ah. Hey, man. So, yeah, profile, position 4. The center, I don't have a lead-in on there. Good there. And we're good going. And take it one step further. Yeah, rising. So now everything as well. So if I had PVC plastic on me, right? Then let's say, so yeah. Save this to my defaults. So I saved that for cut condition for material now. So now what material, I've saved that for everything. So from now on, if I wanted to edit, I can just change the tags and styles and free and save that material. So I might pull up a different material, it's going to remember what I did the last time. Settings. So if I you can see I saved it. If I don't do it, I can go here, save, yes. And when I open, I'm good to go. Because I think you're going to do vaporizing all the time. Yeah. So those conditions, and here's our scraps. You can add scrap cuts, profile, or select a cut condition you want to do your scrap cuts in. I leave it the same as profile. I add lead-ins to my scrap cuts. I don't understand this point. If I do a scrap cut, right, do a scrap cut, if I lead in, it will put a lead in on it. I just don't need a lead in.
Okay, okay, say this is your script. You make it like that. Where's it going?
Right,
On the edge?
yeah, if I have a hole in here, that it's going to be for the it's see whatever I set in here. It's maximum size. Seed in for my cut, but I'm going to do my scrap cuts and just start right on the very edge.
It'll burst, right?
The way I got it set up with Sigma right now. Cut this line that way, it appears here, come back, keep on the edge of the feature.
I see, yeah. I see.
Yeah, I piercing away.
It's called a reverse lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have, a reverse lead-in.
And the reason they do that, before Sigma Nest, everywhere that pierced on the contour of that cutout, there was a blowout.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check on that one. Because anybody, well, yeah, it did. Isn't it? Yeah. Korean.
Maybe
It does do lead-ins, yeah.
That's a reverse.
You can see it. I'll find out. I couldn't see it. I was like...
Well, you can't right there.
It's a color's line.
Yeah. Maybe I can, let's see. So, I think Sweden. So let's do that. Yeah, there we go. Let's do one lead in up here, come around.
Well, when it's here.
Yeah, and then comes back here and start here. So, well, look, it's not going to build up heat too that way. But 15 is awesome because it's going to scatter, and you do avoid heat buildup as well. It's going to be down here, avoid buildup, and then you come to cut conditions, and that allows me to put a radius in time. Yeah. And eye cutting on yours as well. When your parts, squares in your part, you can come along and do all the horizontals, come back and do all the verticals.
What was pin override? Explain it a little bit. I don't know if y'all get that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So pin override, let's do this here. It's just going to use whatever is in here. Right. But I have 5 in here. It's going to see pin 5, and it's going to use that cut condition. Okay. Specify a pin override for a cutting condition. Any feature drawn in that pin number will not be cut using the corresponding cutting condition. Right conditions specified for the profile by the rules and styles settings. You associate a pin number with cutting condition, and all tooling for that cutting condition will be drawn. You associate a pin makes it easy to identify which profiles have been cut with which cut condition. So I set up a pin override for etching and stuff like that. And then as we change the different colors, and you can see that the lead-in was the same as well. So if we do no, you'd still see it, right? So it's all in that because it's a blue pen. I've changed the geometry, right? We're tooling everything that it sees in pen and the pens. There's override because if I come back here, they got pens. Ignore the edge. So they come back. Let's do this. Reset my settings. Tool it with the right cut condition I want.
How this corresponds to rules. I thought we already had that defined in rules and
Yeah,
styles.
you got rules and styles in there, so let's go over this. So you got pin overrides for each of the 10 cutting conditions, okay? For example, with the settings shown above, any profiles which are drawn in pins 5, 6, and 7 would be tooled using cutting conditions 3 and 4. If we no pen override, it's just gonna be whatever
What
it is.
is in the rules. Okay, this is a way
So-
to kind of override
Override the
what
rules and
it's
styles.
doing.
Yeah, because
When would you need that?
remember I had pen 3 in rules and styles for the small profiles,
Mhm.
right? So whatever small profiles, it's just gonna use pen 3 or pen 1. But this, I've gone ahead and said, well, I'll do pen 5 for my etch, so it'll do cut condition 2, then maybe pen 4, I'll use pen 7, I'll use cut condition 4. So you specify a pen override for a cutting condition. Any feature drawn on that pen number will be cut using the corresponding.
Can you give an example of when you want to use this?
I'm on the trunk, I think. Yeah, because you want to, like the 11, 12, and 13. Where is it?
Yeah, what's going on?
Because if I have none here, it's going to use cut condition 1, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't use cut condition 1 because I'm Trump and I want to use the TC correction left and right. So pen overrides here, 11, 12, 13. I'll give information about this so you can understand it. Because certain things where you're going to have to use certain conditions. If I just use 1 all the time, I may not be able to do a reduced lead-in or something like that, right? I want to do a reduced lead-in, so I have to set up a pen color, things like that, to override that rules and styles where it's saying small profiles 3, medium, large 1. Okay, that's all it's going to see in rules and styles.
Small and large.
Yep, 1, 2, and 3. So with pen override, it's all done with auto tooling. Yeah, so it'll always see pen 5 is, okay, to do a 1, 2, or 3, I'm going to do a cut condition 5 for marking, or I'm going to do a vaporizing on 9. Okay, if I had this done to none, again, I still vaporizing. Let's see, let me delete this off. Okay, vaporizing on that one. No. Okay. Condition 1, large profile, and then the large profile.
Even the
Yeah.
single cut thing?
No, this doesn't get cut because it's a blue pen. Right.
And that was fine rules and stuff.
No. But to change this to black, it's an open geometry. We a closed profile for it to work the way we want it to work. I'm just a pen 4. That way, it's all closed geometry, right? And it knows that, oh shoot, this is a pen 4, so this is a center line offcut.
Mm-hmm.
So, with then everything set to none, doesn't deal with it. It just haven't been told, hey, well look, this is this, okay? So when I now knows it's a large profile, open contact, lead-ins or anything, all good to go. And with etching,
way to say, to vaporize everything that's red, or blue, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think they get it now.
yeah. Yeah. Well, if you do a vaporize, it's gonna vaporize everything.
Mhm.
That's what it does. It's you can't pick and choose on that one.
So,
You vaporize it or you don't.
okay.
It's not too bad.
And reconditions, just in rules and styles, this is,
Yep.
adds the additional
You can-
vaporizing
you-
or
yeah.
etching.
You can add more rules and styles, but there's no point in doing it because the reason for vaporizing or even for etching is, like, I don't put it. Oh,
Back tomorrow.
yeah. No, not at the moment. No, we're just finishing up on the last of the rules. Yeah, good. We through pretty much that. There's a couple of advanced settings, but it's on here. And we can go over it as well.
Just to edit properties,
Yep, drop
change
that,
before.
and then I come in here and I do an explode, what you call explode in AutoCAD,
Mhm.
and I realise this situation, or we call it realising situation, AutoCAD may call it explode, but it cleans up all the arcs and radiuses of these letters and stuff.
So to do that?
Yeah, for text, yes.
Okay. You have, John, you have to add text, etching to a part. To do that, it's called, it's like exploding.
Yeah, realising situation, and then select text or realise symbols into lines and arcs, realise eclipses into lines and arcs, and then a tolerance, drag a window around my text, and it's done. And you can, it's a whole bunch of little arcs going around where the laser goes, just the laser because it's doing all these little segments and moves. So edit properties, common properties, change pen 5, and
Mhm.
so now I'm over to profiling. I can, and it'll
Yeah.
it's my data. Okay. See this blue cross? This is my data of that. It'll etch that. Okay. So that will give me as I want down there.
Situation, same. Explode.
So let me get some stuff off here. Square. Please have advanced options after that. Okay, we have smart ordering leads. So there. Without smart ordering on, you get my lead in all the same, okay? Well, I really don't want to do that because I want this to be efficient. So I'm going to come in here and turn smart ordering leads on. I have a void heaped up on. Maybe I want to auto-fill it my part. No, okay. Auto-fill it in my part as well. But Edens are at different positions. So you come back in here and it's probably a bit too big. It's probably enough.
Minimal feature length, that's probably from. So that's.
Yeah. There. A nice little radius on there, so my laser's not going to stop on the corner, it's just going to go right around. And make it, and you can change it. But ordering leads, maybe start here, start here, come one, start here, but cross over each other. But come here, start here, and come back down here, so it's crossing over that part. Here, we'll here and go straight to here and start. Come up crossing over that part. It's actually going to speed up the process as well. And smart ordering leads, heat build up, your conditions, and then it gives you a heat radius and cooling time. Any scene, and you have a scatter and auto mode. We'll go over that as well tomorrow. But that's all your automatic tooling for the laser. Of course, the last one we have core. Everything runs fine. No problems found. We're all good. Go have a green light. And so pretty much all the tooling settings. So machines, you'd come up here and change machine tool. Change standard. So we all pretty much under tool library. I don't think you need to create any more. You might want to on, but I think you're all pretty good. And then create tools, you only want to do that if you somehow misplaced all your tool symbols. And, but if you do it and you've created, especially on a punch, and you created special tools, it'd override them and you'd have to recreate the special tools every year. So, sheets editor, go over the sheets there. I'll add a sheet. So I've got add material. So I click add material. Yeah, part and profile. Yeah. And then can come in and actually delete stuff I don't want.
Why are these
Well,
bold?
because these are ones I've activated. And bold aren't activated. And these are ones I copied this morning. So I
Oh,
can,
it doesn't have you,
yeah,
okay.
so I can delete that material, I can delete this one, I can delete that one.
Alright, I just said use material, that's three. In order to use this material, you must enter machine, machine,
What do you
Trying
do?
to,
Yeah, here, go like this, okay? So if I click on sheets, and a box here, and it's very good and very helpful because got these question marks everywhere. I mean, you get on that thing and it's said here, oh, hey, what's this meaning? And then it's in and it gives us all standard sheets, everything, density, MDB folders, cost of material in there. So say I want to create a new material, I'm going to do HLA, the 720. There's already a MDB folder set up for these materials. I don't want to use, I want to set a new one up. So I'm going to call that HSLA because it make mine match what I have got. Okay.
I went ahead and do it. I'm not activate what's like that. Someone called out, length, width, time, thickness, time.
As you pounds per square, yeah. 'Cause that's how I used to do my inventory. Use 5 sheets, but I had to say this many pounds. Yeah.
We do too.
That's it, right, because you're buying it by the pounds anyway.
Yep.
That's good, really. I mean, I had to get it right. So there I added a 96 sheet. Let's say I have a custom sheet, I can actually add it and 40 by 40. Bucks. Because sheet from the
The cost you put in there is the cost per sheet, not per pound.
yeah, put how much I paid for that sheet. Yeah. So
It changes stuff, the cost per pound.
yeah. So you activate the material. So you can see I got some of these that are still not bold. Use. Okay. Yeah.
what in order to use this?
In order to use this thickness, you must enter machine-specific settings. Continue. Yes. Okay. Hot roll PO. Let's use that. Use this sheet. Use this sheet. So to go in here. But if I just come out with a bunch of stuff, 9 out of 10, people are going to change it because they will call it something different and say, oh, I call it this and this is what we call it. This is it. So it's easier to let the customer set that up. A customer and I'd set up one for the Mazak, and the Mazak was very particular on the base. But he went ahead and wiped it all out and started again, but they didn't have any cut conditions. But we tied, the cut conditions were tied to that old one. Some machines you can, it's fine, you can go ahead and delete and change, but some you can't. You know. That up. So now when you come in here, which is LA now. Okay. All good. Any questions? Other regarding the standards? But let's move on. Up here with this machine configuration. This is here and configuration and change stuff. But these are already set up. The lens of your machine, the size, X and Y of the machine, maximum, minimum over travels you can do. Yeah. So, yeah. We set up based on the machine and parameters and create a machine file. I'm looking at the Trump True Laser with the lift master.
Wait, can you? 50.055.
Yep. You got a maximum over travel, right? That stuff there, so it's 120, right? The actual machine is 18.11. They're set up. And like 59.055, and you have a max on the Y, over travel on the X, so 118 plus 34. Yeah. So, yeah. So to change that. Clamps. Got it here, but if I wanted to, I could come in here and do clamps, set up 4, set up 3, but we don't have clamps on this machine, so we're done there. That was easy. We have chutes there, so that one's easy in this section. But Trump and stuff like that, you would set up a chute. Load and unloaders, we've got the lift master. 8s, I think you've got on it. And we've got none. Load and unload with this, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So repositioning. Well, this is a laser, it's got no repositioning. Well, some lasers do. The Mitsubishi is a plain optic, but it doesn't reposition. Right now, I've not seen one up close and personal, but so we got time estimates, and we turn this one off there because we haven't got your file downloaded from your machine. So you put in your tech data, and we have this turned on. It won't let us enter it because we download your tech tables off that laser, and then we put it into here.
Network.
You're able to download it off the controller. Some for the Trump and you can get that from them. So we got and speed, so shoot unload time. So this is something you can test and go out there and 3.5 minutes. In seconds, let's see, and then in seconds, propeller on, off time, we'll either, yeah, how long it takes to turn on and turn off. Turn the laser on, I guess, when it comes here, turn the beam on. So So 5 seconds or 10 seconds for one. We'll leave that for now.
So you use sheet metal.
Machine feed rate for rapid moves. 5,551.181 inches per minute. The operation times. So here, none of this is going to matter. Heart picker or the sheet master. Program stop time. 15 seconds. There. Accelerations, thresholds, very good. So that will be, all that will help with your runtime as well. Differences. And we can avoid profiles. So file to avoid, so 0.394. Max profile to avoid 5 inches. So between here and 5 is what we want to avoid. Just by here it's got but we want to avoid 5.50. So the way it avoids that open profile by ½ inch or quarter of an inch. 0.3 and 5 sounds good to me. I know the nozzle's not going to come near that profile and catch it if a part happens to drop when the heat in the plate distorts a little bit. So, and also our scrap cutting. Yeah. Filing, here, head above sheet, so in red traverse it's in the head height to 0.575. If you can go less than that, you can change it. But I think that's a good safety zone there, so if a part tips up, you know, you got it to clear it.
I see that maximum distance travel down.
Yeah. Well, what it's doing is,
Diagonal?
no, it's just leaving it wide open. So if I was to put 5 inches, it's 5 inches with the head down and then move to the next one. Yeah.
And up,
Yeah.
it would only travel 5 inches with the head down and pick it up and go the rest.
Go the rest of the way.
So
Here, you said, you know, wide open, mate.
always stay down.
Yeah. Yeah. And then condition for etching. Head rapid traverse again. Keep rapid traverse. Tag size, that's fine. As to allow pre-piercing if you want to pierce your sheets or your 30. Off, you won't be able to do it. So have that on. And then on in the rules and styles section for your piercing. It's in here, but we got really nothing here. This is for a punch side. And pins. So linear slots, arc slots, 1. Pin. If I to do a cross symbol through my tools, where it puts a little cross through my tools. Tooling. I can change it so when it cuts, maybe be a color. I've got grey, of course, because I want it to look like a metal part.
Not a pretty aqua blue.
So, and then we have our setup sheets here. Select a setup sheet, laser setup sheet there. Tool inch size, So the tool images, you can change the sizes here. Text layout, so you can on these. So when you do that HTML setup sheet, it'll show all this stuff on here. With the part size images or any of that, I've always left it to the defaults. They know what they've got customer feedback, and most customers know what they want, so we've pretty much did it as a default. What looked good. Estimates for quick estimates, so machine runtime cost and currency hour. So what a runtime cost for the machine is an hour, labor rate an hour, time. I usually go with 15 minutes on my lasers. But get some material, throws it on the bed, you know, from where it's at. I dump it on there, yeah. Put it up labor rate, $60, set it up. Then I mark up, 10% markup on it. And then it's NDB doesn't matter because you're setting up the NDB as you compile into your tech data run. But if you want to, you can copy data from another material. Like, so say I've got this material here and I want to copy it over this one here. I want settings over the settings. But I think it's all right there, because you guys are going to be setting that up slowly when you compile your jobs for each material, and say that because you guys are going to change your cutting methods, types, and everything. Status. Now people turn these off. Green lights and warning symbols you get during nesting, but pretty good because if I can't see a green light, I haven't got a good nest. Because green means everything's done, everything's okay. I like these on because it gives me a warning down here, and I can normally click on this warning and tell me what to do if they're not right. And I'm there and go and do what it tells me, and it's right. You know? So I tend to leave these on. I think they're a good idea. Settings for machines. Now, while I'm here, we can set this up to output to a certain, put your programs to a file location. Okay, so here you can see a sample here. I've got server name, /Radan, what have you, and put my NC code. So I have server name, the LiftMaster program, and then the next machine, T5000 programs, and when you compile, it automatically through, generate that NC code and put it in those right folders already.
For like a punches, we have multiple places we put.
Then you might want to have to just save them or directly to one folder and then just move them to where you want to.
Was this machine specific? This is machine specific.
Because the laser goes to the same spot, but once we get to the punches.
Like different customer folders.
Right.
Yeah, so you'd have to.
Browse to it.
Yeah, okay.
Like save location.
Yeah, TC5000, you browse to the one folder and then you pick it up here.
But that lasers would be helpful because it always goes to the same spot, SD or whatever.
Here's advanced section in here, and that should be done with a guy. So later on, you guys are eventually going to get good at everything, and you're deemed to stay and just do the cells and go to town. But you might want to change something in your settings and options, and you would put it in here, right? So, for example, have 40, right? That's my file extension. I want to change that. I'll change it here. But that you guys call and we can do that together. This here and this here I wouldn't even bother about because for the
Now that's where we had to remove the micro.
the micro joint, yeah. Now you like cut on this one? No, I think fly cutting's a little bit different where it cuts all the 90s. I mean, cut zeros.
No.
If you do, you can do that too.
We go closest to it, closest to it.
Okay. The different ones here. Let's see, what is this? What is in here? No program properties table to be placed in the program for machine, so I may not be able on your machine. And that is compiler question, yeah, we need that. Okay. So there's different options for the machine. Actually, and if you open yours,